Good morning, guys.
Hey, Ray, good morning.
Good morning, Sarthak. Or at least turn on your cams. I can see Sarthak now. Hi, Sarthak. How is the weather over there?
It's gonna rain pretty bad over here right now. In like 10-15 minutes, I'm worried that my Wi-Fi must stop. The power cut will be there.
Okay. So you have the backup, right? Your mobile and everything is charged.
Yeah, it's charged. I don't know like how much fast it will be for this meeting. So I'm a bit worried
Yeah,
for that.
I can understand, these days it's a lot of challenging. That is the reason, work from home is good, but not for India.
Yeah, it's like
Uh,
if you see, you'll feel like it's evening, right?
no, the problem is, organization, they want people to work from home, but they are not helping with those, like backup and other stuff. I don't know. What is the backup time for this laptop? Battery backup?
2 hours, like 2.5, we can say, not more than that.
That's really bad. That's insane. So nowadays it's around 6 hours, if I'm not wrong. I have this MacBook and all. It's around 6 or 7 hours, I think. It gives a good 5 or 6 hours. But this, I think this is Lenovo, right?
Not Dell for us.
Yeah, Dell Latitude and all.
Yeah,
Those,
Dell
uh,
Latitude.
yeah, those are the business laptops. Yeah. Great. Can't help. We can't do anything. Anyway, just ping me, on this chat before leaving.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you know if I'll go offline. I'll just let you
Okay.
know. Okay.
Hi, Saurabh. All set? Saurabh is like, he's going somewhere. Like, I feel like, he's going somewhere out.
No, no, I don't know.
So, from the bedroom till study room, study table.
Yeah,
Great. Great. Manjot, Akhil. Hi, Akhil. How are you?
very good morning.
Good
I'm fine.
morning. Good. Fine. Good. Good. All right. So, those whose name has been called, you can, turn off your cam, please. Thank you. I don't know. This Teams, it's showing me very limited version today. So I need to log in via. So app is not working. I need to log in via this web area. So it's only showing me 4 people right now. So rest, if you speak up, it will show you. That's how Teams algorithm work.
No, like you can go in more actions and you can change to large gallery preview so that you can see.
Yeah, yeah. So I had done that, but I don't know. It's not showing up for me. I have selected it. There's a together mode also, which I have selected. Yeah. The together mode is good, I think. Yeah. Great. Now I can see, you guys are looking like there's a class going on and all of you are sitting in that classroom. Right. Nalin, how are you?
Hi there, good morning. I'm good,
Yeah,
how are you?
good, good. I'm not able to interact you so much. So normally I am either limited to Abhishek or Bhanu or, Shitija. These are the few people I interact a lot. Shitija is like she's from, neighborhood. So I need to interact. That's something, I can't I can't take it off. She would be like, Baju wala okay, baat nahi karta ye. So it's like that.
Okay,
So
so
so it's like, so all set. You are able to understand the thing, Nalin?
yeah, Dev.
Yeah, please let me know, guys. I'm not an Antaryami. Okay, I'm not a person who knows everything. I will not come to know that whether you're understanding or not. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, guys. Thank you. Anuja. Hey, Anuja, how
Hi,
are you? Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Today I'm good. Yesterday it was a rough day. I told you my wife and my daughter, they both were having challenge, and the way I managed it, I know it. Thanks to you guys, you cooperated a lot, and somewhat I was able to take it. That was a wonderful stuff. You know. So today it's okay. You know. Anyway, it's life. You can't tell it. That's how the life goes. So great. Anuja, you are able to understand the things?
Yes, Dave. I'm able to understand.
Yeah, so please come back with any. So I would be dropping you my personal email ID or contact details. So in case if you're planning for any kind of certification in future, especially for any of the Azure platform. So I'm a solution architect on Azure area, guys. Okay, any Azure platform, whether it is related to AI or the data engineering platform or anything that you're planning further, you can contact me. I can guide you. So I have been doing it for a lot of people, so that's not a challenge for me. Okay? Or you can come via your organization or the learning department, whatever way it is feasible for you. Great. Okay. Siddhi, hi Siddhi, how are you?
Hi Dave, good morning. I'm good.
Good. So same question, all set means you're able to understand.
Yes.
Adyasha Mishra.
Hi Dev, good morning.
Yeah. Where are you based out from, Adyasha?
I'm based out of Talcher in Odisha.
Okay, I thought Mishra. I thought you would be from the Uttar Pradesh side or something like that.
No, we have Mishras here also in Odisha.
Yeah, I understood. Kshitija, why are you laughing so much? Your camera is on and this is getting recorded.
No, because Adisha was so sassy. We have Mishras here as well.
No, even at my place. Anyway, so let's not get into that. Jasha will feel not, she will won't be, she will like, why Mishra only? There are a lot of surnames over here. So I'm also Upadhyay. So Upadhyay, I'm actually from North Delhi, from Delhi side. So I'm basically from there. So Harsh Khandelwal. Harsh, I know Harsh understands everything. So I'm not going to ask him. So that doesn't mean you guys whom I'm asking, you're not able to understand. Okay, don't worry. Okay. So Fiza, you're able to understand. You're coming up with questions and all. Right.
Hi Dave.
Yeah. Right. Guys, just 1 minute. Huh? Okay. All right, guys. So I think all of you are present, and I hope everything is all set. So let's start. Okay. Yesterday, I think we have targeted the storage part, and we discussed about how exactly Azure storage is working. So we had certain limitations, with the lab part. So those guys who were having a school ID, the college ID, the personal college IDs. Did you try the trial version? Isha, I think you were there, right? Isha, Laksh. Did you try creating a trial version?
Actually, I have already used all the credits like 3 months before, so no
Okay.
credits were there. I checked twice, like creating
Uh,
the new one, but no credits were there. In billing and subscriptions, it was showing like nothing.
okay. So in that scenario, then you need to use this, I think, a new Outlook. So whenever you're trying to create a trial ID, guys, don't go with your official one, okay? It won't allow you. So try to create a live ID, Outlook live ID, and using that you can create it. So you can go to outlook.live.com and you can create a new account or outlook.com. So that live ID is something that you're going to do. So create this live ID, the same live ID you would be using for all your certifications. Okay. So whenever you're planning to give any, so it's not like you require a live ID only. A lot of people they register via Gmail and other IDs also, their personal IDs. But live ID is something which is more beneficial. Okay. So go ahead and create the live ID, and you would be able to take the things ahead. So it would be beneficial in all the sense, in the trial version, in every area. Okay. So let's move ahead. So no one is able to create it. Isha or I think Bhanu was also the Bhanu.
I tried, but I something I don't know. I was not able to do something, so I stopped. I don't remember now. Like I was trying in the session itself.
Okay. So where did you get stuck? Like,
I don't remember. I'll try it again.
yeah, just let me know. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try it
So
again.
that is a good one. So what you can do is, if let's say 5 or 6 people, if there are 4 or 5 people who are able to, get this trial account created, no, you can share it with your team members. Okay. So in case if they are not able to, get those trial account created, you can share it with them, and both all of you can team up and start creating it. So like we have how many, like 12, I think 20, 21, right? If I'm not wrong, 20 or 21 people we have it, right, in the group. So we can make a group of 10 and 10 or 10 or 11, and then we can start using those labs. So that is how we can plan it. Or you can make 2 2 or 5 5. So basically, you know you can share your labs because it is $200 credit, which is more than enough. You know. Okay, let's continue. So, one minute. All right, so today we'll be talking about a very important concept. So we'll be continuing with the database. So, oh, sorry, the storage part. So yesterday we have discussed about the blob and what are the different storage. So can we have a quick recall, guys, on the storage part, if you don't mind? So any one of you can go ahead and please quickly recall the things on the storage area, just on the storage, not what we did on the whole day. Anyone who wants to give it for the team? Guys, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yes, if anyone can explain it, it would be really great.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Azure Storage is a service that we can use to store files, text, anything like messages, anything else. So basically, there are four type of storage services in Azure, which is containers, tables, queues, and files, and all of them have their own benefits. And then coming to replication strategies, we have LRS, ZRS, GRS, and RAGRS.
Mhm.
So that is what we started yesterday.
Okay, great. Very good, Fiza. Thank you. So as rightly said by Fiza, so we have when you talk about the storage, we have this four different type of storage. When we talk of to be more precise, so there's a different type of storage that we are having. One is the container, which is also the blob. Then we have the files. Then we have the tables, and we have the queues. Okay, so these are the different type of storage, and each of them they have their own use case. So blob or container is basically for the blob area, where we are targeting the blob stuff. File is where we are targeting the file shares and also any kind of application files, or if you want to deal with the application stuff. So file share is one. So file share uses the SMB. We saw that there's a SMB protocol which has been used in the file share part. And then when we talk about the queue and all, so queue messages basically deals with those messages part, and the tables are where you're dealing with the table or functions. Okay, the table area. So basically these are the different storage types. So when we talk about the application point of view on the developing, so as a software developer, we would be more targeting you know two types of storage, or there would be two types of storage which would be targeted most of the time. So one is the file storage, and the second one is your blob, okay, or the container stuff that we are having. So blob, as we have discussed, that it is more on it's the use cases are basically where we are trying to deal with the streaming data or streaming video and or anything where you want to access a thing via HTTP or all this. So such kind of objects are there. So that is blob. It's an object type. And blob storage is nothing but it's to actually allows us to store such kind of data or the object type into the storage part. So these were the things we have discussed, and then we moved on to we discussed about the replication model which was there. Now, why this replication model is very important, because HA is something it's a concept of your cloud. Okay, so when you talk about cloud computing, the DR, the HA plays are very important. So let's say if we have hosted any kind of application on the cloud, okay, so we are using some kind of storage over there. Okay, now when it is in our on-premises area, so like if I have my on-premises server, or organization is having the on-premise server, so the organization sees that the things are available 24/7 365 days. But if the same thing has been moved to cloud, how exactly the cloud services are being offered? So considering that, there's a replication model which is coming up, which is like service offering by Azure. So in this, there's a replication strategy which has been applied for all the data that is being stored in this whole storage part. So whether we are talking about the file storage, whether we are talking about the blob or whatever type of storage, so it's actually been applied on the account rather than on the on this any type of storage. Okay, So when we talk about this replication, so there are different levels of replication that are available. It's on the local level, it's on the zone level, it's on the geographical level, and depending on if you if you want to extend those particular levels, so we have the secondary areas which are available in all this replication. So considering this, we have LRS, GRS, ZRS and GRS. So LRS for local, ZRS for zone, and GRS is for the geo replication. So whenever we are creating the storage account, we need to select this LRS, GRS, or ZRS, the replication, which is some mandatory stuff. Okay, it's something we need to go for it. Okay, so that was on the storage part. Now, apart from storage, we have something called as database. Now, what is the difference between a storage and a database, guys? If we want to define. So it's a very general question which has been asked by a lot of people, not only by me. So how exactly we can define this difference? What are the major differences that you find? So if I say storage and if I say database, what are the major difference between both of them? Storage is like an open space, like it's a space. Database is where we are having the rows and column stuff in a very layman language, if I want to define, right? So now, so in the storage, we are storing a unstructured data. Means it's like it's like a file. It can be any kind of folder, anything like that. Okay. But when we talk about database, it is more of like a it is more of like rows and columns. Everything is in form of rows and columns. Query. So basically, we are dealing with something called as query. So let us understand this. So in Azure, we have something called as Cosmos, Cosmos Db, which is being provided. So as a offering, as a service offering, there's something called as Cosmos Db, which is coming up. So Cosmos DB is again a storage. Okay, I won't say it's like a database, but yeah, it is a storage that we are using. So Azure Cosmos DB, we have discussed it yesterday also. So it's a part of your it uses a different set of data structure. Okay, and it has its own resources. It has its own working. So let us understand this in the next 5 minutes, and then probably we'll be jumping towards the IaaS solution. So today we'll be concentrating on storage, the Cosmos area, IaaS solutions, and we'll be talking about user authentication and how we can secure the things on the cloud. So these are the things that we are going to talk about today. And then tomorrow we'll be discussing about API management and service, how we can develop an app service logic, and then how the event-based solutions are working with Azure. So there are Azure event grade hubs, notification hubs, so how exactly they are working. And then probably we'll be, talking about the monitoring part. So remember on the first day we have discussed about like it will start with the implementation. So we'll be starting with the implementation, then slowly we'll be moving towards the managing part. Also, it will be like on the understanding of implementation, then slowly we'll be moving towards the managing part, and then finally we'll be moving towards the monitoring area. So that's how the flow is. Okay. So we have done with the understanding implementation, how exactly the web apps are working, how web apps have been created, how we can publish those web apps, and then gradually we move towards the understanding of storage and all. And now we are moving towards the managing part. So in the managing, we need to understand how the IaaS platform is working. So we know now the PaaS platforms, but how exactly the IaaS platforms are there. So when we talk about VMs, when we talk about concepts like containers, ARM, how exactly they are working. And once we are done with the IaaS management, then the most important thing is the security. How exactly we can manage the security? What are the options? Okay. So gradually then we'll be moving towards the monitoring part. Okay, so the API management, all these things are part of your managing thing, and then gradually we'll move towards the monitoring process. Okay, so that's how the flow we are trying to project. Okay, so let us start.
So Dave, I have one question regarding yesterday's functions. So as functions work, we say that it is a serverless computation. You do not have to configure any infrastructure, but you are only limited to building web apps or database events or something like that. Then why cannot we build a complete application using Azure function?
See, first of all, when we talk about this function, so it's right that it's a serverless solution, okay, which is allowing us to write less code. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, it is all about writing less code and maintaining less infrastructure. So see, we can do that. So when we talk about, if I'm not wrong, you're talking about the full stack development, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
if I want to do a full stack development, why can't I do the full stack development? See, it's like, let's say if I'm asking you, what are the components which are required in full stack development? So what would be your answer?
Front end and back end.
No, that is okay. Yeah. We have front end and we have back end. But what are the components in the front end? So we require a UI,
Yeah.
okay, in the front end. So that UI, it can be any kind of, user-related interface, okay, which has been so basically the environment. And then in the back end, we require the storage, right? So
Yes.
Azure in total is providing you the development, the front, this whole full stack stuff. So instead of function providing you, Azure in total as a pass, it is providing you option for this, full stack development. So I will give you an example. So we have talked about apps, okay, web apps. So web apps, you can consider it more of like an UI. I won't say it's a total front end, but yeah, it's more of a, a platform where you are dealing with the UI part, okay, the user interface, where you are publishing and when you're, and then we have this function. Function is where we are managing the middle, the middle layer, okay, the middleware area, okay. So it is the area where you are trying to create the whole, the server stuff and all those things, okay. So now normally if I want to manage any middleware technology, if I want to go for, so I need to go for Apache, or I need to go for a kind of a JSON platform, or all those things. I need to create those servers. It can be a Linux server. Mostly it's on the Linux part, that is very popular one, okay. And then I need to manage it. Function, what it does, it provides you a option, okay. So it provides you an option where you can directly go and trigger the application instead of working. So it does that getting, calling and get function, okay. So I won't say Azure function is totally into full stack development, but it's a part of your that full stack area. Azure as a PaaS platform, it's providing you that option where you can get your full stack. So we have the front end, we have the middleware, and we have the back end. The back end is nothing but your storage part, the one that we have discussed yesterday.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so that's the whole point of using Azure. That is the reason on the first day itself I told you that Azure is not a new technology. It's just a platform for you to host your application on cloud. And the reason why we are using this whole platform is because it provides me option of not only cutting down the cost, but also I'm not getting into the management. I told you that capex and opex stuff. So everything is getting managed, and that is the reason a lot of organization, even though they have the infrastructure, they still opt for going, for this cloud area, especially on the testing or beta part, where they need to have a dedicated machine, for this. So we'll be talking about that machine part in the IAS area today. But yeah, that's how the things are happening. Okay, so let's move ahead. I hope I was able to answer your query.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So where was I? I was trying to share you some PPT. I don't like PPT, but I can't help. I need to show it. So this is what we are going to discuss. So we are going to talk about the Cosmos DB, and then we'll move to the, yeah. So this is my module. Let me share it. Guys, I'm sharing the screen. Just let me know once it is over. Yeah,
Yeah,
is it
I can.
visible? Yeah, great.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about this Cosmos DB stuff. Okay, how exactly is it? So you guys have used Cosmos, and you know what exactly is this Cosmos part, right? The database or the DB. Anyone who has worked on this in their project or in the college time? No one? Okay, no problem. So when we talk, this Cosmos DB is basically, it's like your database. So today, whenever we talk about, so this is how, we have the whole process. You can see we have Cassandra, okay, then table API, MongoDB, SQL, okay. So this is the whole, database or storage area, which are very popular nowadays. Okay. So I don't know which one you have used till now or which one you're still using. Guys, I'm audible to you. I was saying something.
No, till now you weren't audible.
Oh man, I was talking about Cosmos only, and now okay, let me repeat it. So Azure Cosmos DB, is actually a globally distributed database service, okay, which is designed to provide, low latency, elastic scalability of throughput, and all those things. Okay, basically it's like it provides the high availability, the HA part, everything. So it's a globally distributed database service. Okay, so when we talk about the DB part, we can configure the database using this Cosmos DB, and we can make it globally available. So we can do the global distribution and make it available in any Azure region. Okay, so that is the Cosmos DB stuff. Okay, so it won't be limited to one region. Now, apart from this, if we talk about the DB part, so the lower latency stuff is also very popular. Okay, so there are a lot of things which makes Cosmos DB very popular one. Okay, the Azure Cosmos DB has multiple other benefits which we have. Now, in this diagram that you're seeing, okay, so if let's say if I want to develop a solution and I want to work something using which uses the Cosmos DB, okay. So there are a lot of things we need to understand first. Now, what is the key benefit of this global distribution? So when we talk about the Cosmos DB, it is providing us the benefit of global distribution. So the key benefit is first is there's a unlimited elastic write and read scalability option which is provided with this whole Cosmos DB function. Okay, and there are a lot of other features. Okay, so if we talk about the availability part, the write availability around the world, so 99.999% read and write availability has been provided. Okay, So we can use it, we can deal with it. It's one of the best thing, which has been used. I don't know about Facebook. Does Facebook use Cosmos DB or it uses some other thing, other database? What database they are using? Any idea? All right, no idea, I think. So see, when you talk about this Cosmos DB, okay, so let's say if you guys, you developers, you are the developers, you want to choose Cosmos DB. So we get, you would be getting 5 well-defined, consistency models on, on the spectrum, on the consistency area. Okay. So it starts from strongest point to the, more relaxed point. So these models which are there, they include strong, bounded, staleness, then session, consistent prefix, and, the consistency part also. Okay. So these models, they are well defined, okay, which are provided. So when we talk about strong, okay, so strong is basically it offering you, guarantee. It refers to serving request, and working on that. Basically, the reads which are coming up on the database, they are guaranteed, okay, and they are guaranteed to return, you know, to the most recent committed version of an item. Okay, so let's say if you have made any changes and if you want to check the recent version, so yeah, this is something Cosmos DB can provide you that option. Okay. So these are the areas that we are normally having. Now, when we talk about in this diagram, you can see there are different you know options that we are having. We have SQL API, we have Table API, we have Cassandra, we have MongoDB, we have Gremlin. Okay, for this thing, Gremlin API, Cassandra. So these are very popular ones. Okay, so now when we talk about the SQL API and Table API, so let's say if we are trying as a developer, we are trying to build application, or the application is built using SQL API or Table API. So there are certain points that we need to consider. Okay, so what are these points? So let's say for many of the real world scenarios, the session consistency is kind of optimal, and it is recommended option in this SQL API and Table API. And let's say if there is an application and that application which is published by you know it requires strong consistency, so it is recommended that we use bounded staleness consistency level. So there are consistency level which are provided as we have discussed. So strong, bounded staleness, and then we have session. Okay, session, consistent prefix, and eventual. These are the consistency level, 5 consistency level which are there. Okay, so that is something which has been recommended over here. Okay, Cassandra, MongoDB, and Gremlin APIs. So when we talk about this kind of, let's say, if you are using, or the application is built using this particular area, so the consistency levels are different for all of them. Okay, as compared to the So I'm sharing you some links. If you want, you can just check with those. So these links, they consist of Cassandra and MongoDB stuff. Okay, let me paste it on the chart. So I pasted the link for Cassandra and the MongoDB. Just have a look. Okay. So I think you might have referred that docs. Now, while referring that doc, you might have come across some words called as schema and instances. Okay. So let us understand what exactly is this schema and what is this instance when you're dealing with database. Have you guys worked on database? Any one of you? Any kind of database? Abhishek, Madhu, Akhil?
Normal MySQL we worked on. SQL Alchemy for class.
Okay.
Normal SQL. Things like Cosmos Db and MongoDB.
All right. So you might have come across with the term called as database schema. So what exactly is that, guys?
I'm not very sure, but it's something like the collection of database objects, like tables and procedures and all.
Okay. So whenever you hear a word schema, whether it was a database or in any part of, the whole service area, or whatever product you're designing. So schema is more on the designing part. Okay. So whenever we talk about database schema, it's nothing but the overall design of database. Okay. So database schema is nothing but the overall design of the database. So we have this, let's say, uh, like we have view 1, view 2, view 3, and then we have the logical view and then the physical view. So it's nothing but a kind of a logical structure of the database. So schema will, is something which is not changed frequently. It's like a logical structure. Okay. So schema does not show the data in the database. It's the design, it's the format. Okay. Now, what are the types of schema which are generally supported in DBMS? So when we talk about database management services, what are the different types of schema which are supported? So we have physical schema, we have logical schema, and we have external schema. So these are the different types of schema which are supported. So when we talk about physical schema, so physical schema, it's like a database design, and it is on the physical level. So it is hidden below your logical schema, and this can be changed easily without affecting the application program. Okay, that is a physical schema. Logical schema is again the database design, which is on the logical level. So programmers, developers like you and me, we try to construct application using logical schema. And then we have the external. So external is like, it is the highest level of schema. So where we define the views for the end user. Okay, so external is where we are using it. So whenever you talk about DBMS, so DBMS, normally they assist one physical schema, one logical schema, and several, sub or external schema. Okay, that is how the whole reference has been done with respect to, or the assistance is done with respect to DBMS part. Okay. So example of the schema, I can say like, we can talk it like the person's name, then we have the email number, and then the phone number. Okay. So these are the fields. So let's say if you are creating a database schema for a person, so it has a field. Okay. So the field may have a name. Okay. There will be a field for the name. There will be a field for the email, phone, address, and, further areas. So that is the schema part. Okay. That's the designing. Instance, on the other hand, is where we are trying to, deal with the extension. Okay. So instance, or, let's say if there's another word called as extension, or you can call it as a database state also. It's basically, it's a collection of information. Okay. So this is nothing but a collection of information which is stored in the database at a particular moment. Okay. And this is called the instance of the database. So it's very simple. Okay. The English grammar is little bit different, but yeah, in the simple words, it's nothing but it's holding the value, it's holding the information of that moment. Okay. So it holds the database value, it holds the information stored in the database at a given point of time. Okay. So let's say, for example, the name, email, and phone number. So whatever names you're providing, emails you're providing, and phone number you're providing. So all that numbers, name, number, email ID, and phone number, they are nothing but instances. Okay. So that would be an instance for that person's database. Clear? Guys, instance and schema. Any doubts? I think you might be knowing this, I just took it back. So what is the major difference between a schema and an instance, if I ask you? What could be the difference?
Schema is the structure, whereas instance is the data which is stored at a particular moment. So
it's like a snapshot,
yeah.
right? Okay. What else? What could be the other differences? So when we talk about schema, we can rarely change schema, right? Or we rarely change schema. But when we talk about structure, or sorry, instance, it changes frequently, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the structure for you. That is the instance. Example. So let's say if we take two tables, employee table and department table. So the ID, name, salary, department, department ID, D name, department, all these things are nothing but schema. And if we talk about instance example, so the employee ID number, the name, the salary, and the department, all those things are nothing but the values. They are nothing but the instance. Okay. So that's how, yeah. Now coming back to our, Azure Cosmos DB. So what exactly is Cosmos DB offering over here? Okay. See, Cosmos DB, it's a Microsoft proprietary, and it's a multi-model database service, which we already discussed. So it was launched in the year of 2017, okay, by Microsoft. Okay. So what exactly is the difference over here? What exactly Cosmos DB is having? So let's say if you are dealing or making any kind of application, using this Cosmos DB. So we are not dealing with the schema or index management. Okay. So what it does, who is taking care of it? The database engine. Okay. So as there is no schema and index management required, and we are not actually taking. So there is no, for a database management person, it's one of the best thing which can happen. Okay. So wherever there is a query which is coming, so Cosmos DB, what it does, it automatically indexes the things. Okay, it indexes all the data, and it serves the queries as per the indexing. And there's a benefit of your Cosmos DB. Okay, so that's the reason Cosmos DB is very popular. Okay, even in India. So let's move ahead with the slide. So what is the core functionality? So this is the first elastic scale out. Okay, okay, it just went ahead. I'm really sorry. Global replication, consistency level, low latency, and elastic scale out. So these are the options which are there. So global distribution or global replication is there. So it automatically replicates the data to other Azure data centers across the globe without the need to manually write code or build a replication infrastructure. So it is done automatically by by Azure. Consistency level. So these are the 5 consistency level that we are having: strong, bounded, stainless, session, consistent prefix, and eventual. So these are the difference that we are having. If you want, you can take a note or you can take a screenshot, whatever you want. Okay, so strong, bounded, stainless, session, consistent prefix, and eventual. These are the different consistency level that we are having. Okay. So if we talk about strong, so when a write operation is performed on your primary database, the write operation is replicated to the replica instances. Okay. So the write operation is committed, visible on the primary only after it has been committed and confirmed by all the replica. So basically, see, the whole point of cloud is to make the things available. So the reason why organization is moving to cloud is make the things available, and that is what even so any of the service that you're taking, so whether it is on the database, whether it is on the middleware or in the UI part or in the hosting part, all of them, they have one thing which is common called as you know the availability. Okay, so that is what Azure or any cloud service is more on that. Okay, and that is the reason they have this data center region stuff coming up in the picture. So that's about the the consistency level. So bounded stainless, it's quite similar to your strong level. Okay, so it will work on the stale documents. Okay, and it will try to refer it based on the time, version count, and all those things. So it will give you the fresh document. That's what bounded stainless is all about. So it will try to give you one of the latest versions. Okay. Session is where it is guaranteeing that all the read and write operations are consistent with the user session. Okay, and the user session, within the user session you have the monotonic and guaranteed access and replicas happening for all the instances. I hope now you are able to understand what is instance and what is the so whenever you're trying to run a query and whenever it is getting updated in the database, it's an instance. Okay, so let's say there is a detail which is coming up about nowadays this registration stuff which is happening via this COVID and all. So their details are getting registered. So their name, Aadhaar card, PAN card, or whatever it is, okay, or mobile number. All these things are getting registered via this, portal. Okay. So in the backend we have the database. So it can be a Cosmos or it can be another database, but yeah, that's how things happen. So every time a field is getting activated, there's an instance which is coming, instance which is created. Consistent prefix. So again, it deals with the replica. So it guarantees that when updates show in replica, they will show in the correct order. Okay. So the schema should be correct, and there should be no gap between that. So if it is employee ID, salary, and then the remark, then it should be in that format itself, which should not go over here and there. So that's what consistent prefix is all about. And then we have eventual. So eventual is where we are trying to deal with the events. Okay, so it will try to work on the operations. So any kind of challenging with consistency issue with the, so that would be taken care by eventual. Okay, so normally you will see bounded stainless is something which is being selected on the consistency level. So APIs. So Cosmos DB, they support all the API. So MongoDB API is supported, Table API is something, so Gremlin is supported. Okay, all of them are supported. So yeah, so it is being powered and it is used over there. Okay. Just 1 minute, guys. All right, guys. So that's how the Cosmos DB. So I think we have discussed a lot about this Cosmos DB and how the things are working with the Cosmos DB part. Any questions till now? So you guys have used SQL, right? Most of you have used SQL. No one has gone for this Cassandra or Gremlin, MongoDB. Anyone apart from SQL? So Cassandra is your Apache, stuff. It's very popular. So this is one of the popular. SQL anyway, it's a popular one for the Microsoft area. Gremlin is also popular. Okay. So it's like a fully managed horizontal scalable graph database service. Okay. MongoDB, you might have heard it. Okay. So again, it's a part of your Azure Cosmos DB platform. So all these APIs, they are supported. They are supported in your Cosmos DB database engine. Yeah. Now migrating from NoSQL. Now what is NoSQL?
It is like the unstructured database. It does not have any tables or that sort of. It
Any
is not like
storage,
yeah.
like a kind of a file or any kind of storage. Okay. So now there are many NoSQL database that engines which are actually being used. Okay. So in case if you want to migrate, a lot of requirements they come up, where the user or the customer they are using this NoSQL part. Okay. And they want to migrate it. Yeah. So it's happening. We can work on that too. Okay, so what we'll do is let's go for a tea break, guys. Okay, and let's come back in next 15 minutes, and then we'll jump on the lab. They will start working on, you know, on this creation of this database resource, okay, DB part. Okay.
Okay.
Hi guys, are we back? Guys, are we back?
Yeah, yes.
Started.
Okay, let's continue. So let's start with this, the DB creation part, and let's take it ahead. Yeah. So Abhishek, if you can share it. Abhishek Anand, is he back or not there? Like,
Yeah, I'm here.
hi Abhishek, how are you?
I'm good, Dev. How are you?
I'm waiting for your screen share.
Screen share. Okay, doing
Yeah.
that.
So once you share it, I would be awesome. You know. So this weather, it's dusky now. It's really dusky.
Making you awesome in 3, 2, 1. Done. Visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's launch this TBMS stuff. Let's take it ahead.
Dave, before you do it, I again I like deleted that deployment slot.
Okay.
So is it fine or like we have
No,
to create it?
we are not working on that anymore. So the
Okay,
app is something we are not doing anymore right now. We will be doing it after once we finish with the IAS part. Okay.
okay.
Now we'll be concentrating on VMs, Azure resource managers, templates, and all those things today. All right, so let's in this walkthrough, we'll be creating Azure Cosmos DB resource, by using this portal. Okay, Azure portal. Again, the prerequisite is for Azure subscription, and in this we'll be creating an Azure Cosmos DB account. We'll be adding a database and a container, and then we'll try to add a data to the database, and then it's done. Okay, that is how we'll try to check. Okay, so let me share you the steps so that we all are on the same page. So I would be sharing it again to one and only Kshitija.
Okay.
You received it right, sorry, yesterday, right? The
Yeah,
email?
yeah.
Got the email. Okay, let me share it again on that same email ID. Kshitija. One minute. Huh? Done.
I'll let you know once I get it.
Sure. So we're starting with the creation of new resource. So this time we're selecting first. Let me know once you receive the document.
I received it. I'll forward in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I shared.
We received it.
Okay, then let's start. Yeah, let's start. So let's create a new Cosmos DB quickly. So you can see here it is supporting all of the APIs. Okay, based on your workload, you can select the APIs. So you can go for SQL, you can go for MongoDB, you can go for Cassandra, Azure Table, or Gremlin. Any one of them. Okay, so here we'll be targeting the Cosmos SQL part, the core SQL. Select the SQL. Okay. So now you can see almost all of the settings are quite same. So you need to provide the region. Okay. So just go as per the one that we have provided in the steps. So the steps, whatever it is having, only the region part you need to take care. Okay. So over here they have mentioned to create a new one, but we can't create a new one. So let's go with the existing one. So name you want to give it as per that. So Cosmos DB. I can go with the same account name.
Dave, the first C.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, hello. I'm getting error for subscription.
What is the error?
Same
That
here.
Microsoft Document DB are not registered for subscription operation sandbox, and we do not have permission to register a resource provider.
Okay, what you can do is just share your screen, Kshitija. I think we didn't get any error like this on Anand's machine, right? Abhishek's.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't.
How many of you are facing this challenge? Sarthak, even you?
Yeah, it's for me also.
What about the rest one? Kshitija is already there. You guys are able to create it?
Yeah, we are not getting any error as such.
Till now.
Yes.
Okay. One meta guys. Hmm. Okay. PSJH. Okay, we'll just format. Hmm. The small practical because of this kind of restriction, even that is taking a lot of time.
Like, is it possible if you could contact anybody, Vandana or somebody, you can tell that it's showing some error, so it's
Oh,
hampering.
change it to tools.
Just check it.
Uh,
Okay, you don't have authorization to perform any kind of action on this.
Abhishek, have you tried creating it? Is it not showing this same error? Because I tried creating it, now it's showing the same error for me too.
Wait, what is the pricing tier for the subscription? Is it the free or
Yeah, I think it's a free one. Maybe we have to go for production one.
just scale up? Uh,
Mhm.
because I guess it's that problem.
Which one?
Like scaling up the it shows that only one account in the subscription of the free tier can create the database.
On the quota part?
I guess just once try scaling up the thing and then try it. The capacity mode has to be serverless, right?
Yeah.
Dave?
We are selecting serverless because we don't want to get into the, you know, the whole process of.
Yeah, it gives the same error.
It's showing that we are not, allowed in this operation sandbox. Like validation is failing. So
Mhm.
Yes.
Maybe we can talk to Vandana.
Yeah, just take a screenshot of that, and just drop a mail to, to the team. So you have the Spock, this what do you call as the lab management teams, any kind of email address or anything who supports the lab. You have any email ID or anything?
Yeah, we can post it on group.
Someone could just text Shiva, I guess.
Just check with them. Tell them that we are trying to do this, and we are stuck over here.
Adya, would you text Shiva?
Shiva.
Okay, I will.
So Adesha is your CR.
Sure.
She's a class representative for you guys.
But I know what will be his reply. His reply will be to raise a ticket.
Yeah. Maybe you can take a screenshot and put it on group where Vandana is.
Has anyone taken a screenshot as of now? Because my screen, like, I'll have to create 1 second to take the screenshot. Okay, I'll create.
Like, just try to talk to Vandana once it's possible, because they might take some quick action because it's halting our.
We'll have to text in that group. Which is made.
Vandana might be in a call.
Yeah, so
Okay,
let's-
okay. I'll just take a.
Just check on the Teams if she's in call or not. Wait.
No, she's available.
Text her then.
Okay. Yes, I pinged in that group attaching the screenshot. Let's see what she replies.
Adyasha, is Vandana available?
She is.
So maybe call.
No, I saw the screen available symbol. You guys are able to see my message in the group, right? Can anyone confirm?
I can't say it.
No, you can't, but these guys.
Yes.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Hey guys, like
Yeah.
anybody who's there in Vandana's team, like
Oh, Akhil, your reporting manager is Vandana, right?
Yeah, she is.
yeah,
Can
like
you
Oh,
please
you
call
can
her?
give her a quick call, right? Just say that
yeah.
she can come in this meeting or like she can look in this matter because we'll text her. It will take a long time, like she might see it after 1 hour. So
Okay, I'll just call her.
yeah, just ping her once.
Guys, was any of us able to create this database?
I think guys, let's continue this. So once you're done with the checking part with with the team backend team, we can continue with this. Let's take it ahead because I think we are almost kind of stayed over here for last 15-20 minutes.
Then, Dev, maybe you can show it on your computer, maybe,
Yeah.
On
because
my
none of
computer.
us are able to do it.
So I don't have any problem to show it. The thing is, I want the lab. So it's nothing. It's like you're just creating a database. Okay, but the environment on which you guys are working, I want to show it on that. Okay, so just doing the labs is not a big deal. That is the reason I'm trying to show it on your area. Are
Yeah,
you
but
getting me?
we'll do that from once we get the permissions. So just for now, maybe you can show it for some basic idea. That's it.
Okay, just wait.
Hello.
Hello, Akhil.
Yeah, I pinged Vandana. She saw my message. I put her the screenshot. She didn't reply. I think she's looking into it.
Yeah, thanks.
So this is an MCT account, that I'm using. So we normally get the passes, for every batch. So we can raise it any point of time. So every 3 days we can raise it. So we are having that many passes available. I can see only 20 people right now. Anyone who is left? Abhishek Mandal is not here. Guys, please turn on your cams, all of you. Atyasha, Bhanu, Akhil. Where are the rest? Fiza. Sarthak, what happened? Your Wi-Fi is still working?
Yeah, like I'm shifting to Wi-Fi, then hotspot, Wi-Fi, it's going nice.
Great. Harsh. Then we got Abhishek Anand. Oh, Abhishek Anand is there. Where is Abhishek Mondal? Kshitija, can you see him? Like, is he visible?
No, he went for vaccination.
He did not inform me.
Um, must must have missed his mind.
Because of vaccination?
Yeah.
Okay. So who else has gone for vaccination apart from Abhishek? I can see 21 right now. That should be around 22 or 23. So he will be marked as absent for the whole day. Abhishek Mandal. Kindly inform him, as he has not informed. Oh. So it would be a loss of pay for him today. Again, guys, this is not a college. This is job. It's on-job training. And I will talk to Vandana, right? Vandana is your Spock, right? Okay. And your respective managers. All right. So I hope my screen is visible. You guys can carry on. Let's carry on, guys. I think we should not waste more time. So this is how you will get your trial account. So if you check on the subscription, so on the subscription now you can see it is showing me the sponsorship or pass. This is my Azure Pass sponsorship. Okay, so this is when you're buying the passes. Okay, so this is my current subscription, and you will feel that I have no restriction in creating any kind of resource group, and also I can go ahead and create as many resource group I want. But for you, when you're creating the resource group, you need to take care that your credits are getting utilized. So whenever you are adding resources in that, the credits are getting utilized. Okay, so let us start with creating a resource group first. Now what we can do is we can directly go to this Cosmos part and we can create it. So Azure Cosmos Db, create. Okay, so create, click on this. We will create a new resource group dedicated for this one. DB account name I will provide it as DB account. Sorry, DB account. Location will be. So I don't have restriction over here also. So I can go with any of the areas. So let's go with the Central US. Okay. Now there are two options over here. Okay. There's a capacity mode. So capacity mode is basically how you're going to deal with the operations. Okay. Whether you want to provision it by yourself, you want to go for the options, or you want to go with the serverless stuff. Okay, you can go for any of them. So let's go with the serverless right now. Okay. Next is global distribution. So as we have discussed that Cosmos, when you talk about Cosmos, it has that multi-model stuff. Okay, on the global distribution. So whether you want to enable it or not. So if you want to make the things available, okay, so you can enable it, or you can keep it disabled. So right now we will go with the disable option. Connectivity. Anyway, so it's a cloud-based area. So you have again three options. So you can go with public endpoints, private endpoints, or you can go with the public network. Now for you guys, it will be having restrictions again over here. Okay. Now backup policy. What is backup policy? So backup policy is nothing but where it's a database. Okay. So there is something called as retention, and there's something called as the scheduling part. Retention, it's more of like if you're if you want to retain any kind of backup, so how long you want to retain it. Okay, so you can retain it in the number of hours, days, all those things. So depending on area, you can select whether you want to go with the continuous one or you want to go with the periodic. Periodic, you need to set the the whole process. Okay. So here you can see copy of data retained is to backup storage. So you can, again, there's a replication option. You want to do it locally.
Hello, Dev.
Yeah.
This backup policy requires a storage account, right?
This is a storage account. This is a storage account, and on this we are applying the backup policy.
Okay.
So it's like we are applying the backup policy and all. Guys, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Yeah, guys, I'm back. So this backup policy we are creating on the storage rather than having a storage created for this backup policy. Okay, so it's more of a backup policy that we are working. So We are trying to provide it. So that is, based on the location, based on your readiness. So I understood your point, Akhil, where your question is coming. So let's say if I'm trying to backup, so I need to backup somewhere, right? So it would be getting stored somewhere, right? So, whenever we are selecting the backup or, the redundancy or the replication, so Microsoft, they have, created availability or, sets or availability regions, okay, where they have dedicated machines, dedicated storage for this whole, backup and, replication stuff. That is the reason they are saying, no, whether you want to go with the local one or, zone one, or whether you want to go for a G1. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then we have this encryption. Now, encryption, what type of data encryption do you want? So service managed stuff, or whether you want to go with the customer managed key. So customer managed key is where you can enter your own. If you have the key and you want to enter. So how we had this SAS token generated, remember, for the storage part when we were configuring it yesterday. So similarly, if you want to, go for, you have that key, you can use that, or you can go with the one which is provided by Azure. Okay. And then we have the tags and then the review. So let's review it. Let us check. Okay. So estimated account creation time is 2 minutes. Okay. Let's create it. See how smooth it is, right? It's a very small, lab. There's no rocket science, but due to these restrictions and all these things, we are making our life easy, nothing else. That is the reason I was saying, if you can arrange this trial version at your end, it would be great, guys. Don't just stay on this lab. I don't know why these guys have provided such. It's of no use. This environment is totally of no use for us. Half of the thing we are, those labs which should take hardly 2 minutes, 5 minutes, it's taking us half an hour to complete, and it's not good. So still, I would say, if you have those IDs and all, and if you can arrange. So what you can do is you can go to the Microsoft Azure website and look out for free trial account. Okay. And just try it over there. So if you have the school ID or college ID with you, go with that. If not, then it will ask you for this credit card. I don't know if you can, get it from your friend or, family member. If you can arrange it, it's not for, billing you. It is just for the validation. So whether it's you or someone else, or, from where it is, it's in India or it's somewhere else. So that's only for the validation area. So this is available for 30 days. Okay. The whole trial version. Okay, so now we are done. Now you can see over here. So there's a quick start option. So here you have this platforms. You can select .NET, Xamarin, Java, Node.js, Python. Whatever platform you want to build with, and you can start, adding containers, notebooks. Okay, all of them. So if I click on Xamarin, Java, Node.js, Python. Anyone wants to do practice on my system, I can share it, no problem. You can raise a request from your end. Any update from Vandana or other guys for this lab part? Nothing.
I pinged Vandana, Dev. She just saw the screenshot I put, and she didn't reply anything. I
She
thought she
didn't
was
reply.
working on it. Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
she was working on it, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I would request you can just tell them or tell her that it is becoming challenging. This restricted environment. There's a lot of lab restrictions which are coming up. So guys, I would say if you are able to get those trial versions from your end, please go ahead. Don't wait. Okay, you would be wasting your time because they will take their own time. So please go ahead and get those trial version activated and start working. Okay, so after this, now let's add some containers. Okay, into this account. So we have created deployed this DB part. Now let add a database and a container into this. Okay, so for this we can use Data Explorer in the Azure portal to create a database. Okay, so there's a Data Explorer option. So let me just showcase you. So this is a Data Explorer option. So we can use this for adding the database. So from here, I can create a new database and I can start working on it. So I can add a container. So I can add a container or I can add a database. So I can create a new database ID and start working on it. So as per the the steps that have been shared with you. So in that you have the
Dave, if you're saying something, you're on mute.
No, I was not saying. Okay, so container. So I was just waiting. So container. So let's go with this container ID. Now, what is this partition key, guys? So see, when we talk about this whole, you know, structure, okay, the data structure of the Cosmos DB. So partition key is one of the stuff that we are using. So what exactly is this partition key, and what is the use of it? So there are different types of partitions. So when we talk about Cosmos, as it's a storage, so we have also supports different types of partitions. Okay, so it uses partitioning. Okay, so for creating or working on the containers in the database, and basically it also helps to basically to store the whole application stuff. So as per your application need, you are working on this partitioning. So what exactly happens in this partitioning part? So in the partitioning, the item in the containers are divided into distinct subsets, and these subsets, they are called as logical partitions, and then they are formatted based on the value of the partition key which has been provided. Okay. Now there are two partitions that are getting provided. One is logical partition, one is a physical partition, which are provided in your Azure Cosmos DB. So logical partition, when we talk, it consists of the set of items that have the same partition key. Physical, on the other hand, is basically where your Azure Cosmos container is scaled, and it is where your whole thing is, the number of based on the, so it has been scaled based on the distribution of data and throughput across. Yeah, anyone is trying to say something? I think someone is on unmute. Okay, so it is trying to work. So physical partitions, when we talk about physical partition, so in Cosmos, in Azure Cosmos, container is scaled by, distributing data and the throughput across a large number of, logical partitions. So internally, one or more logical partitions, they are actually mapped to a primary partition or a physical partition, basically. Now this physical partition, what it does, it consists of sets of replica. Okay, the replicas, also referred as a replica set. Okay, so they consist of those replicas over there. So each of this replica set which is there, it actually hosts what? It hosts the instance. So it is hosting an instance of the Azure Cosmos database engine. Okay, so the database engine is the one which is taking care of the instance and the schema. So we are not getting into that. As soon as the query comes up, it takes care of the whole the instance and the schema over there. So physical partition is the one which is taking care of the replication part, and there's a count over here. Okay, so how much maximum we can have. So the maximum support, the maximum if we talk about the physical partition, so the maximum amount of storage and request units, okay, is basically supported by physical partition. Okay, so whenever we talk about the the maximum, so there's no unit over here, there's no physical number, but it provides you the maximum number or maximum support over here with respect to the storage part. Okay, so physical and logical, these are the two areas. So when we talk about partition sets, so depending on the region, so let's say if there are three regions, region 1, region 2, and then we have distributions which are happening across till region n. So depending on the number of regions, we have this partitions which are getting created. So logical partitions are basically the one where you have the your data. Okay, so you have the container and all your attributes and schema, everything is stored over there. Okay, so it contains the item, okay, the description. So let's say if you're listing out the city, or there's a list of any service or any kind of schema that you're like employee ID and all, so it is part of that container. and that is coming under your logical partition. Okay. Now, what is partition key? So partition key is basically the unit. Okay. So when we talk about the partition key, it's like, what is the size? Okay, how much it can hold, or how much the logical partition can hold. Okay. So a single logical partition, if I'm talking about a single logical partition, so it has an upper limit of 10 GB of storage. Okay, a single logical partition. Okay, so it has maximum limit over here. So there are a lot of throughputs which are coming up. So based on that throughputs, we are able to. Now here, what we are going to do is in this lab, in the in the whole scenario. So if we talk about the partition key, so we are going to go with the specific partition key. Okay, we are going to enter a specific number. Okay, and then so we are going to use the / category as a partition key over here. Okay, and then we'll be going ahead. So once that is done, we are done with the container part, and then we'll add the database, add the stuff into the database process.
So Dev, I have a question. So how do we choose a partition key for our database?
Choose a partition key, Arvind?
I mean, we have to give a value, right, for a partition key. So how do you know which value to give?
So when we are trying to create, just give me 1 minute. I'm getting an important call. Just 1 minute. Yeah, sorry, I just got a call. Yeah, Bhanu, you were asking something about the partition key, right?
Yeah, so I was asking, how do we choose a partition key? Like, how do we know what should be the partition key for our database?
Okay. So see, first we need to understand, when and where we are applying this partition and what is this partition key. So let's say, see, now this logical partition that we are talking, we had discussed about it, that it's basically, it consists of, let's say, a set of items, okay, that have the same, values. So for example, let's say if I'm talking about a container. So in a container, there's a data. Now this data can be about anything. So let's say there's a container and there's a data about food, okay, the food nutrition. So all the items, which are there, or in this particular thing, they will have a property which is under the category or under the name called as food group. You're getting me? So if, let's say, if that particular container, it contains a data about food nutrition, so definitely it will be having a category of, or sorry, it would be having something which is related to food group. Okay, it will contain a property of food group because we are dealing with the food related. It's a nutrition there. So here the partition key will be the food group. Are you getting me? So depending on the type of data that is stored in that particular partition, okay, or whichever we are targeting in the container, we are trying to. So let's say if I'm creating a database, okay, or I'm creating a container, and in that container there will be value with respect to your let's say this vaccination stuff, okay. So all the people who are getting vaccinated, okay, will be means their family. Let's say now Abhishek Mandal, he went for a vaccination, okay. Now when he went for a vaccination, he needs to enter a detail. So now that particular container will be consisting of what? All the details with respect to vaccination. So the property of that particular container, the partition key, will be with respect to vaccination or vaccination process, or pandemic process, or COVID, or whatever it is, okay, whatever you want to. So partition key is like it's like an entity. It's like an object that we are specifying for a particular. So it depends on what type of data you are targeting, what type of area. So the group of items, let's say if we talk about this food group, okay. So all the group of items which are there, the values which will be provided in that particular table or within that database or within that storage, it would be having options or areas related to food, okay. So like baked food, or unbaked food, or staple food, okay, depending on that. So the same thing is happening with it. So partition key is more of like a value. It's like a general value that we have. So right now all of you are getting 204 training. So what I would say, so your property will be what? Azure training, rather than putting it on or boot camp. So boot camp will be your property, okay. So boot camp will be your property, and within that you would be having the Azure, the .NET, and whatever trainings you are getting it for the area. Clear? That
Yeah. Okay. So you said it's like an entity. So that entity has to be present in the database.
right.
Okay.
So we can update items, okay. So we can update items within this logical partitions by using there are a lot of options like snapshots, transaction, whatever it is. We can create new logical partition. We can do all the things. So this partition key is nothing but the category. We are setting up a property. We are setting up a value, okay. So it will be having this particular value. So let us go ahead and create it. I think let's give it a category. So I will give it, so I will go with this, the one which is provided. Now in the advanced, so my partition key is larger than 100 bytes. So if you want to go with more than 100 bytes, so you can click over there. So let's create it. Okay, so now you can see there's a new, container which has been created. So here we have the items. Right now we don't have anything created. So store procedures, user defined functions, any kind of triggers, all those things are here. Okay. All right. Okay, so this was with respect to partition, or sorry, with respect to the container. Now the next thing is we are going to add data, to the database. We'll try to add something, okay, and we'll try to see. So in that sheet that I have, emailed you, and probably, what's her name? Kshitija has emailed you, forwarded to you. So in that you have this structure document, okay. So you can use that same code, okay. There's a structure which is provided, and you can save it and you can create it. So let's add some data thing. So we have this category, okay. We have the options. So let's create something new. So from the here we are going to select the new item on the top. So you can see it is already showing it, replace and all. So what we can do is we can copy paste it. Okay. Okay, so the category is personal, name is grocery, okay, description is pick up apples and strawberries, and this is incomplete. So right now it's not completed. So once we are done with this, I will save it and it's done. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll select a new document again and we'll create and save another document with a unique ID. So this is a document, the item has been created. So we'll create one more new item. And we can, save this thing. So we can create it one more time. And we can have it. All right. So that's how we are working on the items. Okay. So right now we have created one of the item on the container. Okay. So we are done with the database creation also. And we are done with the Cosmos area. All right. So this is how we are trying to work on, Azure Cosmos. Okay. So we created this resource and then, we worked on the container and we added the data into the database.
So Dev, so here we were giving data of our own. So what if we have some existing data which we want into this container?
So you can give that also. That's not an issue. Upload item is optional. You have this upload item.
Okay, so you have to upload each item.
Yeah. So there are other ways, there's a PowerShell way, but again, that is on the advanced part where you can do the automation and, you can get the things done.
Dave, I have a question.
Yeah, please tell me.
Where are we getting the option to select the type of database, like whether it is a MySQL or any other kind of database like a Sandra? We did not select that, right?
No, we created it and we selected while creating it, while we created the account or while we were creating the account at that point of time, remember, so let's say if I'm going back, so this Cosmos part, and let's say if I'm creating a new, so here, this is the area where I'm trying.
Okay. The first step is this only.
Yes, yeah. So from here, you are trying to set up the whole environment.
Okay. And one more question I had, what is the difference, the exact difference between a container and a database?
That's a very, in fact, I was, going to ask you guys, what is the difference between a container and a database? So see, when you talk about container, so it's like a folder, it's like a fixed entity, okay, and it's directory basically, and within that directory you are trying to have this values your database. So whatever query you're using or you're running, so what Cosmos does is it doesn't get there's no challenge of dealing with this schema and all. So normally if we are dealing with any other database management systems, okay, DBMS, so we need to work on the rows, columns, we need to run the queries and everything, right? That is we need to set the parameters and everything, and then we are getting the values. Cosmos provides the option where you can just work on the directory and immediately you can go with this what you call as the whole process of database stuff. So that is the container and the database. So whenever you're creating a partition, so we are creating this container which is acting like a folder, okay, where you have all these items stored over there.
Okay. Got it.
Hello, Dev.
Yeah.
How can we write SQL queries? Like, is there any option for writing queries here?
Yeah, we do have. Means when you talk about writing, means what do you mean writing?
Like, if I want to perform some, like, if I want to see what kind of data we have in my database, like, so through queries or perform some CRUD operations, can it be done?
I doubt. So we can query an item, okay, that is something which is possible. So there is this container get item query stuff which we can use. There's a method which is called as query an item, so we can use that, and we can start. So it depends. So you're talking about .NET, right? By using the .NET, so you're working with Azure by using the .NET platform, right?
Not
Yeah, it
actually,
uses the
like,
SQL. It uses the SQL statement only. So we are using a SQL statement with the parameterized values. Okay, so we can use that and we can start query. So we can define the queries. Let's say if you want to define a query, so like new query definition and then select, and then if you want to go with certain parameters like input, account input, and whatever it is. So we can do that. That's possible. That's not a challenge.
okay. And for like normal, we have SQL servers, right? Where we write normal queries. So for that, we have to like explicitly create an SQL database for it, right? Not through
Right.
Cosmos DB.
No, Cosmos DB is like a it's like a fabric for you. Azure is providing more of like a fabric where you can have all the stuff. So like you can run any of this platforms.
Okay.
You're using Visual Studio Code, right?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
Visual Studio Enterprise also.
No, not on your this thing, on a personal laptop. Enterprise, I know,
Yeah.
but on a personal you're using.
Yeah. VS Code.
So we have this option of connecting to Azure over there too. So you can connect and you can create a resource in Azure and you can do everything. Okay, so you already have resource. What you need to do is you need to just connect, your Visual Studio. So the .NET, the SDK that you can use is 3.1, or you can use 5.0 over there as an SDK. Okay, for your Visual Studio. So I hope it is 5.0 or 3.1, right, for the Visual Studio part. Which one you're using?
Yesterday it was 3.1, so I guess it's that only.
3.1, okay.
Yeah.
.NET Core, right, or .NET?
Yeah. Core, .NET Core.
So we can do that. We can, so what you can do is you can create a resource and then you can set up the whole console stuff. Okay. You can create a folder for the project and you can, work on that.
Okay.
Adding packages, you can add packages, you can add code to the connect and you can connect it to an Azure Cosmos DB account. All these things you can do via this whole process. So you guys are using C# or which one? Which code you are using normally?
Here in the bootcamp sessions, we are learning C#, like we learned in the first week.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got some questions for you guys. Okay, so let me know if you can answer this. Only one, not okay. So let's say if if I want to trigger, or if I want to store procedures in Azure Cosmos DB hierarchy, so what options will trigger it or will contain the trigger? So let's say if I want to trigger the stuff, so where from which procedure, the Azure Cosmos DB hierarchy will get the trigger? Will it get it from database account, database, containers, or items? Where it will be? Which part will be containing the triggers and stored procedure? Database account, database, containers, or items? Which one will be having the stored procedures or triggers? Oh, we have discussed it right now, just 5 minutes back. Which will have the stored procedure, guys? Containers, right? So we have discussed that. Caesar asked me that what is the use of container and what is the use of what is the difference between container and database. So container is a place where you have all your procedures, formats, all those things which are stored, right? Right now we did it. We created an item and we added a database in that. Okay. So any update on the lab part? So I can't ask you to practice also. That's best thing that can happen. Any update on the lab part, guys?
No, nothing yet.
Okay, so what we'll do is let's go for a lunch break. Okay, I'm giving it early today, so let's join back by 12 or 1:45. Okay, and let's connect. So by the time, just check if it is possible to get rectified, or look out for the trial account. I would suggest again look out for the trial account, guys. Not on this laptop, but at least on your personal laptop if you have it. Don't connect it with this, Teams area, but practice it on your area. Practice is very important, guys. Without practice, you will forget everything. There's a new platform again. Okay. So let's go for a break and let's join back by 1:45.